Does the microphone work now? It looks like the microphone should be working now in theory. Alrighty, we have a puzzle. Hope everyone is doing well, minor tech issues aside. How are we all doing? Wario in chat, excellent. Excellent. Emma can hear me, good. I don't sound like a robot or anything, that's good, hopefully. Or maybe I always sound like a robot. All right. I suppose in terms of announcements, I can mention that I recently put a puzzle over in testing that I think will be released soon that I enjoy. So if you like keeping track of when the next zetamath puzzle is dropping, I will probably publish that one soon. I'll probably also actually publish Pinocchio at some point. Yes. There is a reference image that perhaps Tristan can put in chat that Tristan showed me of the of John Locke from the fairly early episode where he's talking to Walt. It might be even John Locke's first episode, which is episode 4, I believe, of the series that John is explaining Othello to Walt. I like Lost a lot. All right, so oh, it's from the pilot? Oh, okay. All right, so let's figure out the rules here. Namaste. Before you start solving the puzzle, please familiarize yourself with the following orientation. Hopefully there's no incidents. Normal Sudoku rules. Crop key, so digits separated by a white dot are consecutive. One separated by a black dot have a ratio of 2 to 1. I'm guessing not all of these things are given because that would be completely crazy. We have our lost numbers 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42, which are the numbers that underlie a lot of lost mythology and come up a lot. We have the diagonals that are marked have to sum to one of these numbers, and the cages have to sum to one of the numbers, and adjacent cages can't have the same sum. Okay, I need to remember the adjacent digits can't sum to the same sum. Okay, so I guess the thing that most leaps out to me is this. So this cage sums to 42, because if it didn't, I would have to write a 22 into this cell. So this digit is a 3. Oh no, Tristan didn't give me Zach. No, Zach, where are you? I thought I had Zach. I never actually got Zach. One moment, we must find a Zach before we can enter a digit. Be right back. Never mind, I did have Zach. He just ran onto the floor. Sorry. Yes, we will bring in Zach for the 3 dance now, for this 3. Ah! Ah! Oh, my number pad's not on. This is going very well. We're going very well. The professionalism of stream number 379 is not to be understated. Boop-a-doop. Woo! Boop-a-doop. Wah! Boop-a-doop. Wee! Ba-doop. Boo-doop. 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 Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Yeah, Zach knew it wasn't his time to come out until the number pad was on. That is a good theory. Okay, so yeah, so we can give this a color. We'll make this like yellow for the 42 cages. I feel like this is the only other cage that can plausibly sum to 42 and probably does. Let's see. These are single digits, so they just have to be a 4-8 pair. Which makes this either a 1-2 or a 3-6. Means this has the other 2 or 6 on it. Because this has 1 even digit. That's 2 more even digits. And then there's an even digit on this white dot. So all of these are odd. Which means the total here is even. And so the total here can't be 8 because it touches a cage with total 8 for sure. And the total therefore has to be 16 because it's the only other even digit. So that's a 7, 9 there. Okay, I don't think I know more yet. Todd points out that these 7 digits have to sum to at least 28 at minimum. Given that they can only possibly sum to 42, so this is also a yellow cage. And it being yellow and 7 digits means it needs to sum to 42, so it has everything except 1 and 2 in it. So 1 and 2 in this box are leading over here. And so the 1 and 2 could go with a 5, and they can't go with anything else because we need to actually sum to one of the numbers, and that's the only other number that we can do. Do I know if the 5 is here or here? I think the 5 could go on this dot if this is 5, 6, and that's 1, 2, unless I'm missing something. I can go ahead and give 8 a color. 8 can be blue. I know one of these two is blue. Oh, we can give 16 a color. 16 can be red. Let's see. What is the minimum this can sum to? 3, 4, 6? That is 13. So this needs to sum to 15, 16, or 23. Oh, right. We can just do math down here to write in this digit. Very good, because we know this sums to 42 plus 8, which happens to be 50. And so because the box sums to 45, this overhang here is a 5. That is very fair. That's fair. I would be too. These two need to add to either 5, 12, or 13, but that's too many options for me to think about. Let's see. I don't know that I would say an easier way, Wario. That's a way to do it that substitutes Sudoku for math. And so I think which one people will like better will depend on the people. Let's see. Row 4, column 7 is restricted. Do I want to think about... I don't think I really want to think about that, do I? Seems likely to be kind of annoying to contemplate. Like that feels very case checky, but I agree that there's some cases I could bash, but I don't think that's what I want to do. Like I'm pretty sure I could convince myself that one of these has to add to 23, for example. But I would bet one of them is 23 and one of them is 15 or 16. Okay, let's see. Wario says it's probably worth marking it. So neither of these can be 42. They're not big enough. And so given that, what if neither of them is 23? Then the most these cells could sum to is 31, which would mean that this digit would have to be at least a 14. That doesn't work. So one of these cages is definitely 23. And so 23 plus 8 also has the same problem. So it's either 23 plus 16 or 23 plus 15, which, let's see, 23 plus 15 is 38, which would make this a 7. So this is a 6 or a 7, I think. You say easy, I say gross. It's tomato, tomato. The 2 cell in the first row have to be 4. Why would it have to be 4? So 23 doesn't 23 doesn't use both 6 and 7 if I do it in 3. 23 is 6, 8, 9 in 3. So that is so yeah, this needs to sum to at least 21, Emma points out, and it can't actually sum to 42 because then I'd need to omit 3 digits summing to 3. So this definitely sums to 23 for what it is worth. I can give that its own color, I suppose. Let's see. And this needs to sum to okay, so that makes this sum to 16, right? Or sorry, 15. I think this needs to be 15. Because it's touching a 23 cage, and it's touching a 16 cage, and it's minimum 15. And it's certainly not getting to 42. So this is 15. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this digit is certainly 6, 7, 8, 9. Because it sees everything from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a good point from Emma. These two, so like this one sums to a minimum of 3, 4, and 6 because of the thing below it. This sums to a minimum of 10 just because it's got 4 cells in it. So they're from 15, 16, 23, but they can't be 23 because of what they touch. So these are a 15, 16 pair, which means these two sum to 14. So they're either 5, 9, or 6, 8. That one's not the 8, so that one's not the 6. Let's see. M. Horner notes that if I look at this cage, it sums to a minimum of 9 owing to this center mark. And so, therefore, it needs to sum to at least 15. But it can't sum to 15, and it can't sum to 23. So the only thing left is 16. So this cage is definitely red over here. This doesn't actually touch anything, so I don't quite know that we can do anything with that. Let's see. The diagonals don't have any touching rules. Yeah, I love the 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42 theme for puzzles. We've done a few of them now. I guess I know that 1 and 2 are in here, but that's probably not the most exciting deduction that mankind has ever made. But it's true. 1 and 2 are in here, summing to 23, of course. It's 1 and 2 and 4 digits that sum to 20. Doesn't sound very restrictive. Okay, so Todd says we know one of these is 15 and one of these is 16, but says that something breaks the law of leftovers in box 1. Just noting that these digits sum to 22. Is that what you want to note? Wario suggests I can pencil mark this. I don't relish the idea, but this could be 5, 6. Can't, of course, if 6 is the even digit, then it can't have a 7 because the 7's definitely in this cage. Or the even digit could be 2. 2 never goes with a 3 because if I put 2, 3 here, then it breaks that dot. So it's always 1, 2 over here if we do that. So funnily enough, one of these is always 1, 2. Yeah, so this is never 1 is the consequence of that. Row 2, column 3 is min 5. I mean, that sounds good. So basically, you're saying, again, this sums to 23, so these sum to 22. And so if 2 of them are 8 and 9, then the other one still has to be at least 3. That doesn't get me to at least 5, though. Oh, you're right. 22 minus 17 isn't 3. 22 minus 17 is 5. Okay, that's a lot better. So we have that. That seems very reasonable to mark. And this is summing to 16. So let's see. So these sum to at least 11. And therefore, this needs to be at most 5. So this is actually the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the box, and it's not a 5. So that's not a 5, just because of that. That's very nice. That is very classy. So that makes these all be 6, 7, 8, 9, because we've got our quintuple now. So now this needs to sum. Yeah, unfortunately, it could still sum to 15 or 6. Oh, no, it can't sum to 15. Okay, so it could still sum to 8. Oh, yeah, the 7, 9 there knocks 7 and 9 out of this. So, yeah, this, I think, sums to 16 or 8. Yeah, this cage is now under some pressure. That's true. If it's 16 or 8, it never actually has an 8 in it. This gauge has a 3 in it, right? Are you saying somehow you know that this digit isn't a 3? Let's see. Oh, are we just claiming that 1, 2, 3 here breaks every possibility of this because it would have to go with 9 or 10? I don't think that. That works. I like Arskay's suggestion that if there's no 3 in here, then the minimum is 4, 6, 7, which is 17, but it's not allowed to sum to 23. So yeah, I like that. That is smooth. So there's a 3 in here just by minimizing this universe. So that does give us a 3. Yeah, I like that, Wario. That is good. So it was claimed before we can't actually make these add to what was it saying? We can't make this add to 15 or something. So it'd make these add to 29, which would make 4 digits adding to 26. That all sounds plausible to me. I am being wary of this, like, pending quadruple or something. Well, you can't use 5 either if you want, but yeah, there's a 5 in this cage, is why I skipped 5 when I did my math. Row 4 to 9 of column 1 summing to 23 is the problem. It makes 2 conflicting 22 sums. Ugh. Yeah, I guess I see that. That is technically true. I hate it, but it is true. So, excuse me. So AFK's point here is if you hypothesize that this is sums to 15, that makes these sum to 23, which means these 3 sum to 22. But we also know that these 3 sum to 22, which means that these 2 are the same digit, which is a problem because they're in the same box. So this can't actually sum to 15, so it has to sum to 16. That's the only other option. And then this is the one that sums to 15. Let's see. I am so relieved to hear that that was not the intended step, because that was fucking horrible. Let's see. What else can we see here? Let's see. Though, to be clear, I'm very impressed someone spotted it. I love people in chat spotting horrible things. That is very fun. I don't love when someone intentionally puts a step like that in a puzzle, but that's very different. Or what I'll often do if I have something like that, where it's sort of like kind of on the border, is I'll include it for someone to spot, but also include a way around it that's not too bad. Like there's often a branch in one of my solve paths if there's something available like that, but that I think that if someone spends 20 minutes looking for it and finds it, they're going to want to kill me. So row 3, column 1 is 1 less than row 2, column 3. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, because these now sum to 23. So these sum to 20. No, sorry. These sum to 16 plus 8, 24. So these sum to 21, but these sum to 22. So this number is 1 less than that number. So I agree. And so naively, this would be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, but it can't be 5, which also means that can't be 6. So we have that. Do I know anything nice about this sum? It still feels like that could be like anything. This is definitely a step or 2 up in difficulty from other WarioLand puzzles we've done on stream. Let's see. This could be the last high digit. Trying to see if there's some like weird geometry trick with like overlapping 1, 2, 3, 4s or something, but I don't think so. Or like where do 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 go in row 1, but it's not quite. It's the same thing as saying we almost have a quadruple, but we don't quite. Okay, and this is summing just to remind us to 15. So we've got 1, 2, and 2 digits that add to 12. So it could be 5, 7, or 4, 8 are my options. It's not 3, 9 because I know the 3 is over there. And yeah, AFK says it might use that step in a puzzle that was built around that kind of thing. I agree. It's definitely a fair step to use in a puzzle that is all about that step. Like there are definitely things where you can like use that kind of trick, and it can be fair. But I wouldn't use it in the middle of a puzzle. Yeah, this cage sums to 16. So the point is we have a virtual something 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 pair maybe. If we sort of like think through the possibilities here. So we do know this is a 3 and 2 digits that add to 13. So it could be a 4, 9. Or it could be a it can't be 5, 8 because that breaks this 14 sum, right? This 14 sum is either 6, 8 or 5, 9. So I can't do 3, 5, 8. 3, 6, 7 is fine. And 3, 4, 9 is fine. So there's 2 options I think that are fine. I do agree there's never an 8 in this cage because if there's an 8, there's also a 5, but the 5 would clash. So we can like corner mark an 8 up here. So that removes an 8 from that cell, which humorously removes a 7 from this cell. So we now know that that digit is even. One of these 4 digits is 8, I suppose. We could write in 1, 2, 7, 9 to this if we are so inclined, because those are the options based on whether this sums to 8 or 16. I'm wondering if there's something I can do over here, but I don't see how to do anything over here. 9 would force us to be a 6 and a 1. I mean, I guess we know this digit is in one of these 3 cells, but that doesn't seem very useful. Let's see. Are these two together somehow more useful than they look? It seems hard to imagine that they are. I really like the coloring cages element of this. That has led to some neat pieces to this. Okay, so just to repeat, this is either 367 or it is 349. So it always has a 6 or a 9 in it. So there's no 6 or 9 in this cage. If I did that math correctly. And this cage needs 2 digits that add to 12. Well, it's never going to have a 6, but it's never going to have a 5 either. So the 5 is definitely here, right? Did I do that math correctly? Because if there were a 5 here in this cage, then it would go 1, 2, 5, 7. Oh, no, it doesn't work. Sorry. No, you're right. Yeah, this cage has got to be 8, 15, or 16. Do we somehow know that these two have to, like, can these two possibly be a 15, 16 pair? Maybe that's the question. If these two were a 15, 16 pair, then this would sum to 36. And so these two would sum to 9. That seems totally fine. Yeah, this isn't 16. It's 5 or 8. Because the only way to make 16 is 7, 9, and that looks down at it. The other 6, 8 in this column is down here somewhere. That's not very useful. Yeah, I agree. It's 8 or 15. And this one is... This one could even sum to 23, actually, without much problem. Is it about what this one is? And it's only touching orthogonally, right? Yeah, orthogonally adjacent cages. I was trying to decide if this is 1 or 2, does it make this too big all of a sudden? But no, I don't think so. If this is 15 or 16, it is, of course, forced what it is. Is there a problem with the world where this is 15 or 16? I don't think so. Because in that universe, this is 6, 8, 9. Let's see. Oh, 16 is impossible because if this is 16, this is 23. And the problem is that that makes this 6, 8, 9, and this is 6. That's pretty sticky. But I think it's true. this is either 15 or 23. Hey, Music Cuber. Yeah, I just don't want to corner mark a 9 in 3 places. That sounds unpleasant. But these three are a 3-cell sum to 22 that include an... Oh, sorry, no, that don't necessarily include an 8. I guess the point is if it does include an 8, if one of these two is 8, then it's 9, 8, and 9, 8, and 5. And the other 3-cell 22 sum is like 9, 7, and 6. Is there some weird problem where the fact that if this is a 9, that's an 8, so now this sum is forced? Yeah, this being 9, 8 is kind of appealing. This can't be a 7 for that reason, right? Because if this is a 7, the relevant sum is 6, 7, 9. And this is also a 6 in that universe. So I think this can't be a 7, so this can't be a 6. Let's see. So if this is a 5, then these are an 8, 9. And if this is a 9... Oh, this just can't be a 9. Because if this is a 9, then that's an 8. So these are now 5, 6, right? And that doesn't work because there's a 5 in the column elsewhere. Right, so I think this being a 9 doesn't work because it breaks both sums to 22 through the mechanism of that. Oh, they'd be 6, 7. Oh, darn it. No, they'd be 6, 7. So these are either 6, 7, or 8, 9. Nine would break the black dot. Oh, I so hope that's true. Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, this is a 9. These two sum to 7. This would have to be either 3, 4, or 1, 6, and both of them break the black dot. Wow, that is bonkers, but true. So yeah, this has to be a 5 because of that. So that corner mark, actually, that just places the 5 in this cage here, which makes that a 3, which removes 3 from this, which removes 6 from it. 3, 4 breaks the black dot because the black dot... Oh, no, sorry, you're right, it doesn't. 3, 4... Oh, no, it does through this cell. It can't be 3, 4 because then you'd have that. So, yeah, so 3, 4... I'm not understanding the... Oh, 3, 4 isn't an option. Yeah, 3, 4 isn't an option because I just can't be 4, right? Yeah, it's simpler than that. It's just by our pencil marks, 9 here immediately makes that 6, 1. Yeah, so so there's easier ways to see it. So anyway, so we get These aren't 5. That's not 5. Okay, so now we know that these, well, you know that's a 4. And we know that these are 8, 9. So that 4 looks over there, gives us a 4 over there. This is a sum to 11 now. And so, oh, I should probably use the fact that that's a 1, 2, and that's a 3. That'll make my life easier with my sum to 11. So that is blue. And that is purple. It's also the only purple cage in the grid. Okay, so these aren't 4. That's not 3. That's not 7. That's not 3. That's not 7. Okay, so this can't be 7 because it doesn't work with anything over there. Okay, so we've got a 6, 8, 9 triple, so that's not 9. And so now this does have to be 6 and 2, summing to 8. 8, 9, 8, 9. Uh-oh, and we broke it. Ah, no. What did I do wrong? Why did I take 7 out of this? That's the question. I don't know why I took 7 out of this. That was the problem. I took something out of this, so I took 7 out of this for some reason, but it wasn't correct to do so. It is true that this isn't 9. But this can still be 9, 7, is the thing. Okay, so that's a 1, 2, that's a 4. That's a 5, 6, so that's a 9, which makes that a 7 and a 6. 8 and 9, 6 and 8. Let's see. 1, 2, we still need a 3. 5, 6, 8. 8, 3. Right. These, remember, had to sum to 14, so we now actually know that that's a 5, 9 pair. There's a 7 over here somewhere. Oh, we can just fill this in. Yeah, that's fine. 3, 6, 7. And if we want, we can go ahead and fill these in as 1, 2, 4, 8. Oops. 4, 8. So that's just a 1, 2. Right. This can't be a 23 cage anymore. Because remember, the only 23 cage was 6, 8, 9. So this is the 23 cage. So it's the orange one. 23 plus 6 is 29, which makes this 16. So we've got all of that. This can't sum to 23 anymore, but it definitely sums to 15 or 16. I don't know which one yet. Oh, this is, by the way, this is orange. Okay, let's see. This is a pair of 6 and 9. So this can't sum to 15, and it can't sum to 16. So now it's got to sum to 4 or 8, and it's not summing to 4. So therefore, this is a 6 with a 2, making this sum to 8. Oh, this is red, sorry. So that is a 1 and a 2. there's going to be a 7 over here. That doesn't really do anything. Let's see. So yeah, we could sort of think about possibilities for this diagonal. I don't think it definitely can't sum to 16. And I don't think it can sum to 15 either, because we actually know, if we look at just what's left in this row, we'll maybe make it easier. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the maximum sum here is 13. So that means it sums to a maximum of 8. So this definitely isn't an 8. It could still be 3 plus 1, as far as I can contemplate. But yeah, or 2 plus 6, or 5 plus 3. All of those work. It will help if I note that this is I mean, it won't, but I can note that this is an 8 because there's a 3-6 pair. Owing to basically me removing 8 from that cell. Let's see, we can write in these digits as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So currently these sum to 11. So this has to be a 4 or a 5, and it's not a 5, so it's a 4, making this green. And so this is an 8. Let's see. Uh, 3, 5, 7, 9. Meh. 3 in box 6, I am being told, is placed via 3 in box 3. Yeah, 3 in box 3, we know is in one of these two. Thank you, legitimate businessman. So 3 is in one of these, and it's actually that one. So these 4 add to 20. So that's a 3 over here. Oops, it would be much better if it was a 2. Let's see. And this is 16. Yeah, the 9 in this row is down here. Some folks are doing, and so it's a 9 plus 2 digits that sum to 7, which are not 3, 4, or 1, 6. So it's 2, 5, 9. 6, 5, 1, 2, 7, 6, 9, 5, 7, 9. These are not 1 or 2, so those are 4, 8, making that 1 and that 2 and that 3. 6, 3. 3 goes with 1 or 5. Over there. Let's see. There's a 1 and a 2 pair in here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a 7. Let's see. These are a 1 and a 7. Let's see. What are these? 2, 3, 4, 8. And we know the order. Good. Let's see. So there's an 8 over down here somewhere. Let's see. What about the rest of this row? I probably should write in. We still need a 1 and a 2. 6 and a 9. And we know the 6 and 9 are down here, but that doesn't really tell us anything. 5, 6, 9. Oh, it can't be 23. Right. So yeah. So Nicholas is trying to contemplate. Given that this is not allowed to sum to 23 by this cage, and hence sums to 15 or 16, what can it really have a 9? So if it had a 9, it would have to be 1, 2, with a 1, 2, 3 or a 1, 2, 4. So it would have to be a 9 with a 1, 2, 3, and I think Nicholas's point is that would break that cell. So this actually is a 9, although that's very bizarre. I guess I like Emma's way of phrasing it a lot better, which is that there's a 6 in this cage for sure, and so therefore it can't also have a 9 and a 3 if it's going to sum to 15 or 16. Yeah, so the 6 corner mark makes it much nicer. Let's see. So now we've got to try and figure out what this is. This diagonal could be either. It can be 4 or 8, as it currently sits. Unless you mean this diagonal, but I had almost nothing on this diagonal at the time. Let's see. If this is a 1 or a 2, then we know the sum of the cage is 12. Is the thing that I would use here. Because if this is a 1 or a 2, then this is a 1, 2, 6 triple in the cage, which sums to 9 plus 3 is 12. So this can't be a 1 or a 2. It has to be a 5. 2, 1. 7, 1. So those are 2, 6. We did actually get a 4 sum, although we didn't use the 4 sum, interestingly. Okay, so now we have 3 of these digits, so those sum to 14. And so a 2 here would make 16, and a 6 would make 20, which is not one of the numbers. So we better use the 2. We have a nice chocolate teapot triple there. Let's see. Oh, right, we did use the tiny diagonal. You're right. So those already sum to 16. So we know here we're going for either 23, which would require that these 3 sum to 7, which would have to be 115. Or we're going for 42, in which case we'd need these to sum to some other bigger number that I can't actually calculate in my head. Let's see. Let's just write in these digits. Maybe that'll be easier. So we know in this column there's a 2, a 5, there's a 1. And an 8. Let's see. In this column, there's a 5, a 9, and a 3. So that's a naked 9. That sounds good. Uh-oh, I did it wrong. Let's try again. In this, oh, there's not a 3. There is already a 3 there. Okay, so there is a 9, a 5, and a 6. And these are 2, 9, 4, and 7. 9, 2, 4. Okay, so lots of options there, but coming back to here, now that we've got all of this filled in, if this was going to sum to 42, we would need these to add to 26, several people in chat say, and 9, 8, 7 is only 24. So that actually means that it can't do that. So in fact, we actually need these to sum to 7 so that the sum is 23. And so that can only be as 511, which is a very nice resolution of all of that. 5, 8, 7, 4, 2, 3, 7. Okay, and so now we can just write in the rest of these. 4, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 4, and 8. I like this using the numbers. I mean, I just like the numbers because I love Lost. Lost is great. I would avoid being this heavy on killer math in a puzzle that doesn't let you use the killer calculator, though. One has to sort of choose between either letting people use the killer calculator or not relying on heavy killer math like this. Oh, was this easier? It felt bashier because there seemed like there were a bunch of possibilities. Oh, there was a custom victory. Sorry, I'm just not conditioned to look for victory messages. I'll see you in another life, brother. Indeed. Oh, Desmond. Desmond's definitely in my top 20 favorite Lost characters. It's really hard to talk about favorite Lost characters, though, because there's so many of them that I love so much. It would be very painful to, like, tier list them. Yeah, if there was a if there was a like way to configure it so it would show you multiple characters. I don't want to scroll through the 126 options for this option, which is why I wasn't going to use that. But yeah, if it would only show those 5, that might be better. But in general, I would say I like killer puzzles where I don't have to open the killer calculator better than puzzles where I do have to open the killer calculator. Like, I think you can set killer puzzles that don't require nonsense killer math. It is possible. Alrighty, though, I'm going to take a quick stretch, and I'll be back in just a moment with a Nell Gwen puzzle. So see everyone in just a moment. And hey, Elsef, I hope you're doing well. I'm going to break real quick, but I'll be back in just a moment. Hello, welcome back. Let's see how this looks on the screen. That actually looks pretty good. I don't have rules. I will have to click. Sometimes rules show up, sometimes they don't. Penpa's not really made for solving puzzles, but sadly, Sven doesn't yet support doing hexagonal grids in here. So one of the things that I will happily use Penpa for is puzzles where there's a grid that is not supported in Sudoku Pad. Okay, so what do we have here? We have double fold in. For all the following rules, the puzzle must remain valid when folded, such that the two edges labeled A meet. Removing all the cells between them, leaving a 4x8 grid. I see. And the two level... oh, Tristan, can you throw a link in the grid? Or sorry, in the thing? I don't have access to the link. And the two meet, leaving a 9x4 grid, or both at once, leaving a 4x4 grid. All arrows in between lines must also work correctly in each of these folded configurations. Okay, so we've got our Kakuru rules. Numbers in black hexagons indicate the sum. X and Y are constants that must be deduced. A constant's value does not change when the grid is folded. And then we have an arrow and a between line. Okay. Very interesting. Okay, how can this possibly work? It seems like this... Oh, like... When this gets folded across the pink, this X sum becomes a lot shorter. Is the thing that I am trying to mentally track. Okay, so this is purple because that purple actually ends up there. Yeah, Tristan, could you put a link in the chat? Tristan said okay, but then didn't put the link in the chat yet, I don't think. Unless it's possible that the link got deleted and Tristan is having to go fetch it from somewhere. Yeah, I'm trying to mentally picture how this goes up here. So it's these cells that get added to X, or these cells that get added to X. So we have our traditional opening of a region sum line puzzle where we have 5 digits summing to the same as 2 digits. So the 2 digits have to be 0. I don't think that's correct. So these two have to be 6, 7, 8, 9, just by virtue of the fact that those two have the same sum. And these have to contain like a 1 and a 2 and a 3, and so on. This can't be as big as 9 because I can't make a sum to 11 with a 9 there. Let's see. Okay, there probably are other folds in the grid which are also interesting, but that was the one that stuck out at me right away, was that this diagonal got way shorter, and it did turn out to be useful. We do know this is at least 4, which is probably worth noting. This is also at least 4. Yeah, we're going to make a between line when we fold this arrow on top of this. I'm told that for some reason this puzzle was difficult to set, and I'm finding it hard to imagine why this puzzle might have been a challenge to set. It's interesting, actually, that this X, because X appears nowhere in the puzzle, this X is literally only giving me that weird region sum line that we used as sort of the thing. This can't be as high as 9, actually, because of the 5 equals 2 business. The maximum that these can sum to is 17, so actually this can't be an 8 or a 9. Let's see. So this number is at most a 4. These numbers are at most 5. I don't know that that really matters to anyone about anything. But it's true. How could a puzzle with 4 different configurations possibly be difficult to set? I don't know. Setters these days, right? Let's see. Do I know that that's not the bigger one? If I do know that, I don't know that yet. Both are arrows. Let's see. Oh, sorry. In my mind, that I was not folding this correctly. Emma is right. Yeah. So the between line that we get includes these 3 cells. So this cell is smaller than that one. And so at the very least, because this cell is smaller than that one, that means this is the big one. So this digit is at least 2 bigger than this digit. So we can actually sort of knock out that. And this digit's, so it's bigger than this one. So this digit's at least 2 more than this one. So we can get rid of that. And then this one is in between. So this is a 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, a 5, 6, 7, 8. I just hit the wrong spot. I don't think there's 2 digits on the line. I think there's only 1 digit on the between line once the fold happens. Because the little purple spots are to sort of help you visualize that the purple line here ends up on the purple line there. So yeah, there's only this one line here that lands there. And it's worth noting this digit's actually the sum of, if you like, these 4 digits. Because if you prefer, I suppose you could say this digit has the same sum as these 2 digits. So this digit's at least a 3. In fact, actually, this digit's at least a 3, and at most a 4, owing to this, which pushes this up a lot. And the fact that that's a 3 or a 4, and because of the folding has to be the same sum as these, removes 4 as an option from there. Removes 5 as an option from there, if it ever was even an option over there. And now this is actually at least 6. Which now pushes this up to be at least 8. And pushes this up to be at least 7. This is certainly a 1 or a 2, owing to that. There's definitely a 1 in these cells. I don't know what I can do with that, but it's true. These digits, actually, I can say, because they sum to a maximum of 4, they're also from 1, 2, 3, and also definitely contain a 1. Though I have to be very careful about corner marking digits in a hexaru, because it can be very confusing to figure out exactly what it is that you're referring to. these are certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm told row 5, column 6 also goes up. Does it? I know these sum to 3 or 4. And so that does restrict what this can be, given that we've said this is at most 7. So because these sum to 3 or 4, they sum to at least 3. And so this can sum, therefore, to at most 4. So we can do that. But I think I could still do 1, 2, 1, unless it creates some like problem further down the line than that. That is a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple. Very good. Okay, yeah, that's very nice. Okay, so that's a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple. So that does remove 4 from here. Great. So this is now 5, 6, or 7. But also we know there's, yeah, we know all of these things, but the 10. I was trying to see if I could like use this to like try and do some sort of math, but I don't think I'm quite at the math phase yet, where I can do something like that. When you fold this on blue, you get a between line where, sorry, folding on blue doesn't get you a between line. Only folding on pink gets you a between line. Can row 5, column 7 be a 1? Oh, your point is that this digit is also the sum of... No, it's not. Sorry. I don't think I see why it can't be a 1. Sorry. I briefly thought these two circles were the same, but I don't think I know that that's the case. I do know there's a lot of 1, 2, 3, 4s in these cells for what that is worth, but I can't quite figure out how to use that yet. Actually, do I know there's at most 1, 5, 6, 7? No, I could do 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. I guess that means the rest of these digits are probably at most 6, but yeah, because if one of them was, you can't do 7 and 5. Yeah, but I guess I'll mark it. Because of the fact that these sum to the same as these. I was hoping that would do some geometry trick involving my assorted ooples, but it does not so far seem to do any geometry tricks involving my quadruples. Okay. Like if I didn't know Nell as well, I might be trying to like bash various combinations here, but Nell's puzzles usually don't involve that. There's usually a good way to look at something so that you don't have to do anything too bashy. But I'm not seeing it like, and I don't see what I'm doing with like this 16 and 14 sums. I guess I can mark that I know that all of these digits are at least big. because they do show up technically somewhere. Like this is technically part of this 14 sum. Like this is at least 5, so therefore this digit's not 9. I can say that. Oh, I do see there's a 9 sum over here I had not really appreciated. I don't think that yeah, the fold removes all the cells in the middle of the sort of ravine. So like when you make the blue fold, all this stuff sort of disappears. This can't be a 6, I suppose, if I want to make really, really tiny deductions, because I know this can't be a 9, and I need these to sum to a minimum of 15. So row 8, column 2 need to be from 6, 7, 8, 9. This cell is unclued, right? Am I missing something, Bear Cub? I would definitely believe I'm missing something. I think the sum to X uses those cells and those cells. I don't think it uses row 8, column 2. Oh, you're right. Sorry, I didn't even appreciate that. Yeah, the X sum actually survives the double fold, right? And that so it's these and these if I wanted to color, although I realize I can't do that without doing the thing. So it's, yeah, there. Oh, it did actually let me. Go Penpa. So each of the yellow sums is the same. So yeah, so we actually know that this minimum sum is 15. So this actually has to be an 8, 9, because all the yellow sums are different incarnations of this X sum. But now 18 isn't a possibility. Or sorry, now 17 isn't a possibility. So now the maximum is 16. Yeah, the sum is no longer 17. Right, so there's no 7, right? True. Okay, and so if that can't be 7, this can't be 4, which places the 4 in the row, and we get to bring out Zach for our 4 dance. Side flip that time. Fancy, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so now this has to be a 4 with a 1, 2, and a 7. So we know that's not a 7. This can't be an 8 because it would make the sum 17 that we know it's not. Let's see. Okay, so there's a 3 in one of these two. I don't quite know what to do with. I know this isn't a 7. So that is something I suppose. Yeah, if this is a 7, these two 8, 9s are the same digit. I don't know if that's a problem. Right. These two cells have the same sum as this cell. I can color that as well, so I'll remember it possibly. Yeah, they definitely improved the interface for the coloring by letting you select stuff. You didn't used to be able to do that. But yeah, because of the folding, that digit is the same as the sum of these. So these are 1, 3. So that's a 4. So this is only a 1 or a 2, actually, which actually tells me where the 3 is in the row, because now I've got a 1, 2 pair in the row. Like that. So two twos not an option by Sudoku because I'm not allowed to repeat digits. It's not just the multicoloring, it's the fact that when you select some cells, you can click on a color and they become those cells instead of you switching to coloring, and it just removes all your highlighting and makes you do it again and laughs at you. Which is what it did for the past 5 years. But yeah, that's very nice. Like that's like one step towards me liking Penpa more for solving. I still always make the caveat. I think Penpa is one of the best places to set. I like Penpa for setting much more than Sudoku Maker for most things, for example. But for solving, I find it not great. Yeah, right. This 7's on a between line. So now this has to be 8 and 9 and 1 by between line stuff. Oh, this isn't 1 either. So one of these two is the 1. I don't think I know which one it is yet. Yeah, that's our between line, the 7, 8, 9. Right. We can't have 2 5 6s because if we have 2 5 6s, then we're minimum sum 17, which is the thing we know we're not. Multi-select works. Oh, thank you, Swaroop. Multi-select never worked with the mouse shortcut, but now it does. Oh my god. This is transformative. My life has changed. Okay. So we can set that up. So yeah, it's either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, whichever way it is. So there's no chance I can math this, right? I don't think so. So they sum to 10, 11 plus 1 or 2, which is indeed 12 or 13, as foretold by the prophets of this arrow. It worked if you held select, but not if you used a. It works on the number tab too. You mean when I do a Philomeno with a 42 gun, I don't have to type 42 times? That sounds excellent as well. It used to work with the keyboard shortcut, but not the mouse shortcut that should have worked with the keyboard shortcut. Was trying to decide if I knew something about this sum, but I really don't think I know anything about this sum as of yet. Everything bends in such a bizarre way. We're so close to having used, I think, everything we get out of the folding, unless I am... Oh god, does Sudoku interact with the folding? That's a horrifying thought. Yes, it does. Now I have to decide if there's some way I can fold this where the 8 sees a cell marked with an 8. I don't know that there is, but there probably is something like that I should be seeing. Okay. What is the purpose of my 4? Does it do anything? I know this isn't 3. I should be trying to keep my pencil marks as clean as I possibly can. Unfortunately, that is the same thing Emma saw at the same time I said it, which is, are there more things that see more things? I keep trying to fold this 7 to see this 6, 7, but it's not going to work because if I fold this 7 over, then it's gone. Or then this 6, 7 just disappears from the grid entirely. We fold only on A. I think if we fold only on... yeah, if we fold only on A, then we go from here to here to here to here. So there's another... Yeah, right. There's sort of... I should have thought about this because there's 4 orientations for this, so I should have... And all of them include this X sum. So these cells also sum to the same thing as each of these other yellow strips. Now, what do I do with that? That is a different question. It's like these also sum to 15 or 16. Uh, okay, so this cell is almost a naked single because it sees 1, 2, 3, 4 down this slot. It definitely sees 7 down this slot. It sees 8 in its row. I don't see how it sees 9. How does it see 9? Oh, it sees 9 in the blue fold, right? If I fold across the blue fold, then this is sitting right there, right next to that. So it does see 9. So this is only 5 or 6. I agree. So this cell is not a 5 or a 6. If I want to use that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. It can't be 8 either, but it could be 9. Row 5, column 9 also sees 9 via a fold. Right. If I fold along the blue line, the 9 sees down through these cells. So, right. So I agree. This cell's not a 9. Row 2, column 8, and row 5. Oh, this is not 5 or 6 either. This one also sees both of those I should have seen. Yep. Also sees the 5-6 pair. So it's over here somewhere. It's each sort of straight line. So we've got the rows, and then rather than columns, we have diagonal slanty down this way and diagonal slanty down this way. This sees... it sees this cell by a vertical fold, right? So this cell also sees the 5-6 pair, because if I fold across the blue lines, it sees that cell. I agree. Okay, so the 5-6 is definitely in one of these two, but the fact that this is 8 or 9 is actually quite restrictive in terms of what these can be, because remember, this sums to a maximum of 16, and these already sum to a minimum of 8. So these are certainly from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, even not 6, because these need to sum to a maximum of 7, and neither of them can be 1. Yeah, these are a minimum of 9, so these need to be a maximum of 7. And so yeah, 2 through 5 is the biggest we can get. If we fold along the blue, this digit ends up here. I don't think that sees the 3. And row 4 doesn't have to have a 9 at all, right? Or do you mean this 9 sum? Because this is... Okay, right. This can't be a 2, because that would be a 7. And so therefore that's not a 5, because that was the only world where this could be a 5, was with this was a 2. So this is 4, 5, or 6. Agree. Sadly, it doesn't see through this black cell, Arske. The black blocks line of sight. So like that cell could still be a 4. Yeah, one of these is a 1. Let's see. Yeah, these end up seeing up there, but that's not super helpful. These also end up seeing there, but that's even less helpful. The fact that this has the same sum as this feels almost insulting in terms of when that might someday be useful. I mean, we are relatively close to having a quadruple of 1, 2, 3, 4 in here, I suppose, but it doesn't feel incredibly useful. And like this 2 sort of rules 1 and 2 out of this cell, but do I even really care about this cell? I'm not sure. Yeah, the 9 isn't going to do anything with the folds. I'm trying to see if I can do any geometry with these. And I think the answer is no at the moment. Yeah, Y feels like probably the last clue added to the grid, but I'm not sure. Let's see. MS is of row 8, column 7. Oh, it's only 8 rows. Is a 6. Then X is 15. Makes row 2, column 8. A 5. Yeah, yellow parts of X is 15. Makes that a 5 because it sees it by Sudoku. And clashes on the B fold. If this is a 6, that's a 5. What's wrong with that? It makes it a 6 by math. This digit isn't involved in the sums at all, right? Yeah, yellow being 15 doesn't have any impact on this cell. Oh, this cell. You're actually talking about row 5, right, you're talking about this cell. Row 5, column whatever, 6 is the cell you're talking about. If this is 6, that's 5, and now this cell sees a 5-6 pair. That's the point that is being made. Yeah, so yeah, the row 5, column 6 was the operative cell there because of the sum. Right. So that doesn't work. So this can't be a 6. It's definitely a 7. And so if that's a 7, that makes these 1, 3. Now that's not 7. I was hoping this 1, 3 would do more for me. If it does, I don't see it yet. Yeah, it's funny. I guess it's completely irrelevant, but we know that X is 21 for sure. Oh, so these two 8-9s are the same 8-9. That's the next point. So we can use the multicolor that exists now. Oops, I don't know how to multicolor. Oh, multicolor. There we go. We can mark that those are the same 8-9 because they have the same sum. Which feels like the sort of thing that could be useful. I'm not 100% convinced it's going to be useful, but it could be. After the B fold, does row 7, column 2 see row 2, column 5? I think after the B fold, this cell sees these 2 cells and these 2 cells, if I am visualizing this right. Yeah, the tree would probably be better. It would require me to open a new menu. I wish you were right, for what it's worth. It would be nice to be able to get it to see the thing. These 2 different 5-6s. It doesn't because there's a black cell in the way, legitimate businessman. Row 7, column 5 sees row 3, column 2. I feel like I am. Oh, this isn't row 7, column 5. There we go. How about row 7? I do get the real row 7, column 5. There we go. Row 7, column 5 sees row 3, column 2 after the A fold. Is that true? No, this cell just disappears after the A fold. This cell ceases to be in the grid after the A fold, right? Uh, uh, yeah, definitely big congratulations to Nell on figuring out a way to like really do something that like on the one hand isn't that complicated and on the other hand is completely mind melting. Uh, my students keep thinking that they can come up with something more insane than anything I've seen before in Sudoku, and it keeps being like, you have no idea. Um, I really feel like the fact that these 8 9s are the same has to be relevant, but I can't figure out how. Uh, it's not like together they see the entirety of row 2 after the fold or something, I hope. Uh, uh, huh. Is there any chance that one of these little, or one of these, I was going to call it a little killer clue, that secretly one of these is useful in some way that I have refused to think about, like the 16 one or something? It feels very unlikely that any of them are useful. We get this like 1 3 pair, which kind of makes me want to like start pencil marking some cells to see if I get some like weird naked singles or something, but that also feels a little bit inopportune. They are both 3 cell sums that sum very close to 15. I agree. That's never a good sign for these things. Uh, okay. Row 8, column 9 sees a 1 2 pair after the A fold. Uh, so after the A fold, it ends up kind of here, right? Oh, it sees one before and one after? Right. Yeesh. Yeah, this sees that 1 2 pair. Wow. Yeah. So, yeah. So before the fold, it sees that cell. And then after the fold, it sees that cell. That is diabolical. Uh, Uh, oh, please tell me it doesn't do nothing. It was such hard work to get it to happen. Uh, well, that 3 at least rolls through. Okay, that does do something because it rolls 3 out of that cell, which gives me a 2-4 pair, which at least makes these now a 1-3 pair. Assuredly, this 1-3 pair must do something. The 1 from the 1-3 pair. To the A fold. This looks at row 4, column 2 after the A fold. I agree with that. So this is not a 3. And so if that's a 4 or a 5, then now, again, we need to make this sum to at most 16. So 1, 5, and 9 would be 15. Sorry, 1, 4, and 8. Sorry, I'm minimizing, not maximizing. 1, 4, and 8 would be 13. So this can't be as high as 4. Row 8, column 8 sees row 6, column 2 after the fold. Right. Yeah, after the fold. Sorry, sees that one. After the fold, this one ends up here, and so that ends up being a 2. I see. Okay, so that's a 2, and that's a 1, which makes that a 2, which makes that a 6, and that a 5. Which makes these not be 6. Red is now 9. Right. Because now the yellow sum is 16. So that's a 9 and that's a 9. We can unmulticolor that. Recall thing you did more than 12 seconds ago is not in my skill set. Row 6, column 1. Oh, this is a 2-3 adjacent to a 2. Yes, I agree. That is now a 3, which makes that a 1 and a 3. Seems positive. Okay, so now these two need to add to 12 in order that the whole thing adds to 16. And so they have to be 4 and 8, right? I think is how that works. Because I'm doing math right, I think. Yeah, okay, so 4 and 8 and 5, I believe, go in. That 2 makes that a 4 and that a 2. Very good. Because there's a 9 clue here, that means that these two have to sum to 9. That's why legitimate businessman. No worries. That would happen to me all the time when chat says like, "Oh, now this is that," and I don't understand why. That 8 actually sees over here that this is a 7, which now sees back that these are a 5-9 pair. Which I'm gonna say puts some pressure on these cells. Let's see. This can't be a 9 because if it were a 9. Oh, no. This would be a 2. Oh, no, that still does work. Yeah. This can't be a 9 because then this would be a 2 and there's a 2 in the row. So this is a 5. Those two sum to 8, and this is a 6, and that's a 9. Let's see. Okay, so Does this cell not see anything at all yet? That might be true. Oh, but we do have our Y sums that are almost coming into focus. Okay, so what can this be? It's not 1, 2, 3, 4. I think this can be 5. It can't be 6 or 7. It can be 8, and it can't be 9. So this is only 5 or 8. And what can this be? It can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. So this can be 7, 8, or 9. I think it can be any of those as we currently see it. Oh, Lord. Okay, so David says that by the fold, the B fold, this isn't 1, which I agree. It's not 2 by looking at that cell. It's not 3 by something. I think it can be 3. I agree it can't be 1 because it does see 1 through this cell after the fold. But I don't think it sees this 3 or any other 3 in the grid. I think it can be 4. It can't be 5. It looks like it can be 6 or 7. It can't be 8, and it could maybe be 9. Yeah, sadly, the 7, 9, it doesn't end up here, or it couldn't be 7, 9, but that was that cell that saw those. Yeah, this Y sum we know only a little bit about, sadly. It's very possible that there are naked singles floating around, though. Let's see. I kind of want to try and make this break, but I don't think that that is going to work. I mean, this one I see can't be 1, 2, 3, 4 just by even the regular grid. And let's see, if we fold up, it can't be 5. So this is only 6 or 8, at least so far. And let's see, if I fold over that way, sadly, I think it's still 6 or 8. If I fold both ways, I think it's still 6 or 8. So it's almost forced, I think. Sees 8 with a double fold? I think with double fold, it ends up there. I don't think it ends up seeing row 2, column 2. I think it ends up here, not there. The 1 still ends up there. Oh, sorry, no, the 7 is actually what ends up there. No, don't say Zeta is right. Say no, Zeta, you're wrong. You can write in the digit. Let's see. Okay, so where else should I try to center mark my way out of this? Okay, so this sees 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it can be 5 or 6 or 7 or... Oh, it can't be 6 because there's a 6 down there. It can be 8, but it can't be 9. I think I'm trying to now check if this... Oh, there's no fold that I can make that this survives, so it's not going to do anything. Let's see. Row 7, column 1. Let's do row 7, column 1. It's not 1, 2, 3. I think it can be 4. think it can be 5 because I don't think it sees this 5 after any number of folds. I think it can be 6. It can't be 7. It will see 8 after the B fold, and it will see 9 after the B fold, and it actually sees 9 now as well. So this is a 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I mean, it's good we have a bunch of eyes to double check claims about folding. I'm not confident I could have solved this solo without making one of the folding errors. Or 16 of the folding errors along the way. Row 2, column 3 is only 2, 6. Okay, let's look at this. So can be 2, can't be 1, 3, 4, can't be 5, could be 6, can't be 7 because of the fold, can't be 8 or 9. I agree. Oh, row 8, column 1 might also be 4, 5, 6. Let's see. Where does it see a 3? It sees the 3 after the A fold, right? Okay, so it sees 1, 2, 3. Can be 4, 5, 6. Can't be 9 directly. And it sees 8, 9 after this fold. Yep, I think you're right. So I think after the A fold, it sees the 3. And after this fold... Wait. Oh, why not 7? Yeah, I think it might still be able to be 7. Are we 100% confident it sees the 8 after folding? I think so. I think it ends up in this relative position after folding. Okay, let's see. Row 3, column 2. Wait, didn't we... Oh, row 3, column... Isn't row 3, column 2 just already a 1? Is it possible you mean like row 3, column 1? Yeah, okay, so this is not 1 or 2. It could be 3, at least until I look harder. It's not 4, 5. It could be 6, at least until I look harder. It could be 7 until I look harder. And it's not 8 or 9. Sees 3 by A fold. Yep, I believe that. So yeah, the 3 ends up there. So yeah, so this is only 6 or 7. 7 by B fold. After the B fold, this cell goes away unless we're talking about a different cell. I made exactly the same mistake with this 7 when we were talking about this cell. That somehow I was trying to get it to sneak in to count. Yeah, I wonder if some people's minds would work better with visualizing deleting instead of visualizing folding. Let's see, what about this? This isn't 1, 2, 3, 4. It can be 5, at least until I look at other things. Looks like it could be 6, but not 7. It looks like it could be 8. Well, let's see. After I fold, it can't be... yeah, I guess the fold doesn't really help. Oh, wait, does the fold make it C8? I think the fold might make it C8. No, the fold puts it in this relative position, which unfortunately does not work. So yeah, so this could be 5, 6, or 8. Now I do have like a pile of stuff over here that is getting somewhat restricted. Let's see. This cell can't be 1, 2, 3, 4. It can't be 5 because of this blue fold. Unfortunately, I think it might be able to be any of 6, 7, 8, or 9. Oh, no, it can't be 8 because it will see that 8 after the fold. Yeah, I think that is all that this is going to see. Okay, let's see. I'm just looking for cells that see 1, 2, 3. Where's 1 in row 7? Quick count to make sure that row 7 has 9 cells. It does. Can't go there. It looks to me like it could go in either of these places, but I'm guessing one of these sees a 1 after I fold or something. Yes, this one. Wait, no, this one ends up there after the fold. I think there's 2 options, unfortunately. Row 1, column 7 isn't 1. Or like row 2, column. This cell is the one that sees both of those, right? After the A fold, the black cell goes away, and you see up to the left to row 3, column 2. Which cell are we talking about? We're talking about this cell. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, we see that one after the fold, because after the blue fold, we end up here, but there's no black cell in the way anymore. Yep. So that's not a 1. So the only place in this row for a 1 is in fact here, I think. I think that's right. I'm looking for 5 in this row, but it might be what places the 1 in row 2, which looks to me like it could go. No, it can't go there because of that 1. Okay, so naively, 1 is in one of those places, but after the pink fold, that 1 sees both of those. So that is my 1. We're running out of limited ways for this to be a 9, but that doesn't feel incredibly useful for me. 9 in this row is also getting a little bit claustrophobic. The only places I see that can possibly be 9 are these, and that one actually sees 9 after the A fold, so it's one of those two. Does this one see that 9 after this fold? I don't... Oh, it does. Yeah, after this one sees that 9 after that fold. And so I think this is the only place for a 9. Oh, it also sees 9 normally. I don't even have to fold. Right, so that's a 9. So that's not a 9. What does row 7, column 9 see? Okay, so this is row 7, column 9, I believe. It sees a 1. I don't... Oh, it sees a 2. It sees a 3. I don't think it sees a 4. Or a 5. Or a 6. It sees a 7 in the row. I don't know that it sees an 8. And it sees a 9. This row needs a 2. Is it restricted which of these two cells the 2 goes in? It probably is. Oh, sees the 8 after the A fold up? Sees the 8 after the blue fold. Which 8 does it see after the fold? I can't see it. Oh, yeah, it ends up, sorry, after the blue fold, it ends up here, and then it sees that 8. Yep, okay, so yeah, so this is a 4, 5, 6. Right, okay. One of these still needs to be a 2. I guess I should mark the cells on this sum just in case it becomes useful someday. I think they both see I think they both can be lots of things, but not everything. So like this can't be, for example, 1, 2, 3, or 4. So it's at least 5, 6, 7, 8, and it's not 9. It might see something else after the fold, even. It sees 7 after the fold. It sees that 7, I want to say. That might be it. This sees 1, 2. I don't think it sees a 3. Yeah, I'm guessing this isn't the dream path that Nell had in mind, but we'll make it through. It's good practice for when I never do a puzzle with this rule set again. But this is the kind of rule set where I'm delighted to have done exactly one puzzle with this rule set. Okay, so let's see. This is going to be 3. I don't see any reason it can't be 4 or 5 or 6. It can't be 7. It could be 8, and it can't be 9, I want to say. Oh, there's a 5, 6, 8 triple on this diagonal. Randomly. So that makes that a 7. If we believe this pencil mark, which we should maybe check before we use the 5, 6, 8 triple. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4. We're saying it's not 5 because of the triple. It's not 6 because of the triple. Oh, yeah. Why was this not 7? It's not 7 because it sees this 7 after the fold. I think you'll believe that, but if you don't believe it, please tell me. After the B folds, to be specific. Yeah, so yeah, so I think that works and makes this a 7. Because I think we've now checked everything. So I'll write a 9 in there. That will really help with the solution. Okay, so we'll put a 7 there. I'm not sure the 7 will do anything, but it will look pretty. Oh, it does actually do something because it makes this digit a 6, which then makes this digit not a 6. 3, 4, 5, 8 is what's left in this row. And we can check for assorted things. Like that one's not a 5. That one's not a 3. 9 placed in row 2. Oh, I didn't realize this was a prompt. Let's see. Okay, 9 could go there, can't go there, can't go there, could go there. Okay, so one of these, AFK is telling me, actually sees a 9 after some sort of fold. It's this one, because this one sees that 9 after the fold. So that is the 9, I believe, which makes that not a 9. We do know that one of these two is a 5, but I don't think there's any cells that see both of those. Row 6, column 4 is also not 9. Yes, I agree. Oh, but this row doesn't need a 9 is the problem. The fold row 7, column 8 sees row 3, column 1. It does, so this is not a 6. It is an 8. No, they're not both 8. Only that one's 8. Unfortunately, the 8 ending up here doesn't see that cell. So that is not an 8, and indeed that's not an 8. Please tell me this wasn't a speed setting competition, at least. This would not be my choice of thing to speed set. I still need one of these to be 2. Yeah, it's a 2 and a 4, 5, 6 is the answer. I don't think I know anything about this one yet. That one, at least I know, isn't 5. This can't be 4 because it sees 4 up that diagonal. Very good. Row 7, column 3 is... No, it's not 6 either. So actually, this just is a 2. Very good. Okay, so rather than my attempt for the whole puzzle to place a hidden 2 in this row, we ended up ultimately placing a naked 2. So all of my effort was for naught. Let's see. Row 6, column 8 is resolved by row 3, column 1. Yep, it is, because this folds over to there. So this is a 5, which makes that a 6. Okay, so now these two need to add to 10, so they certainly don't have a 5 in them. 3, 7 works. 4 doesn't work because it would need to go with a 6. 8 could go with a 2. So this is either a 2 or a 7. It's not a 3 or a 4 anymore. So that seems like a good thing. This is a naked single 7. Let's see. It's not a 1, 2. I have to pause to see where this sees a 3. I don't see where it sees a... Oh, it sees a 3. Yeah, it sees that 3 after the blue fold. This 3 down here. 4, 5, 6. It can be 7, and it's not 8 or 9. Yep, it's just a 7. Okay, very good, because that makes that a 2, which makes that a 6, makes that an 8. Yeah, I was definitely about to center mark row 2 if I needed to, and so now that it's only a pair, we definitely will. Okay, so these are 3 and 4, I believe, are the only things left. And that 3, 4 sees that 3, so that's a 4, and that's a 3. I fear the day when someone makes a Hexeroo solver, and suddenly people start, like, seeing, how much nonsense there is in these, and then I worry about what will happen to puzzle kind. There's a 4-5 pair, which makes that a 3. Oh, I wasn't even worried about the folding kind. I was just worried about like any sort of Hexeroo, because I suspect it's probably like Anti-Knight, where everything like collapses almost immediately, but you just don't know it because you're human. This is a 4, and that's a 5 because of that 5. Thank you, legitimate businessman. Row 7, column 6. And row 7, column 9. See the 4 in row 2, column 7. Okay, so yeah, after this is... Okay, right. This one sees it organically, and this one sees it after the fold. Yep, I agree. So those are both a 4, 6... Or sorry, those are a 5, 6 pair, which makes that a 4. Which makes that not a 4. Row 4, column 5 is naked, I am told. Okay, so row 4, column 5 is not 1. It looks to me like it could be 2. No, it can't be 2 because there's a 2 down there. It looks like it could be 3. It can't be 4, 5. It looks like it could be 6. It's not 7, 8, or 9, though. So, oh, and it sees the 3 up there, actually, so it is a 6. Very good, which makes that a 7. Let's see. That 6 looks over at that, which makes that a 5 and makes that a 6. So this row's now resolved. Looks like Y can still be quite a few things, from what I can see, but it's possible it's more restricted than it looks. That's always an option to exist. I'm being told this is a naked 9. Let's see. It sees 1, 2, 3. I don't see where it sees 4, but chat will tell me. It sees 5, sees 6, sees 7, sees 8. And it maybe sees 9 somewhere. Oh, no, it is just a naked 9, right? Sorry, yeah, it sees 4 there. So, yeah, so it needs to be a 9. Okay, yes. Let's see. What about this cell? It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 9. So this is a naked 8. And that 8 sees down there, which makes that a 7. Okay, so now there's only 2 options for this sum. Unfortunately, these digits can be almost anything, I think. Okay, so let's see. So this, what can this actually be? It's not a 1. It looks like, no, it's not a 2. It looks like it could be a 3, but not a 4. could be a 5, not a 6. Hey, Directioner, how are you doing? Long time no see. I hope you've been well. Not a 6, not a 7. Probably be an 8, not a 9. Okay, so this is 3, 5, or 8. And this is, let's see, it looks to me like this could be 1, but not 2, not 3, 4. I just actually made a puzzle based off your rule set for like a J. Dyer deconstruction with 2x3s. So I was actually just looking up because I remembered solving that on stream, and it turned out it was like one of the it was like stream 30 or something that I solved it, but I remembered it and was able to dig it out from the spreadsheet. 5, 6. Looks like it could be 7, but not 8 or 9. So we almost know mod 3 what the sum is. Although, funnily enough, when I read your rules, I did not note the regions can't touch each other orthogonally part of the rules, so I just set one thinking I set it with exactly your rules, and it turned out it was a slight variation of your rules where I allowed the regions to touch orthogonally. That was a good rule that I just did not read when I skimmed your rules. Okay, what about this digit? Is this now naked? It's not 1, 2. Let's see. Is this? Oh no, it's gonna have at most 2 options though. It's not gonna be 1, 2. It could be 3. It could be 4. Yeah, and then it can't be anything else. 3, 4 are the options. Okay, I was gonna say it'll C3 after this, but that's not true. Okay, Directionary I think said this cell was a naked single, so let's do that. So let's see. It could be 2, I think. It can't be 3. Could maybe be 4. No, it can't be 4 because there's a 4 over there. Can't be 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Yeah, this is a naked single 2. C is row 2, column 4 after the fold, right? This gets folded up to there, so it's not a 3. So this is only a 4. Very good. Okay. It's 18, so it's 23 or 26. These sum to 17. So we need the remaining digits to sum to either 6 or 9. And so 24 or 27, I did it wrong. Let me redo it. Okay, so that's 14, 19, 24, 27. So conveniently, those are the same mod 3. So that's going to tell me what this digit is mod 3 at least. So 24 or 27. So these sum to 15, 17. So I need these to sum to either 8 or 11. In either case, I need this to be 1 mod. No. Oh, I somehow did the math wrong again. It's 7 or 10 is what I need them to solve for. Okay, so if it's 7 or 10, that means I need this digit to be a 3. Because 5 or 8 won't work. So that makes this, and we said 7 or 10. So that makes this not a 1, at least. Okay, so this digit, it's not 1, 2, 3. It could be 4. It could be 5. not 6, not 7, not 8, not 9. So this is 3, 4, or 5. Now, after the fold, it wouldn't surprise me if you told me it saw one of those digits. It sees a 3 after this fold. So after the blue fold, it ends up relative position here. It sees the 3. Okay, several people say not 4 and not 5, so that could be a problem. Okay, so let's see. So this, after the fold, ends up here. So sees a 4. Okay, so I hope it's a 5. Because after this fold, it does see that 4. Oh, let's see. Legitimate Businessman says this sees row 8, column 3 by the fold, because after the fold, it ends up in that relative position to that 4. Yep, agree. So that's a 7, which makes that an 8. Okay, and so now I just got to write in everything else. So this digit is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9. So this is, it's not 8 either. So I think this is a naked 5. Okay, let's just double check that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Yeah, this is a naked 5. So this is not a 5. Okay, so after the fold, this is going to end up there. After this fold, this is going to end up here. This is going to see that 7 after this blue fold, right? So I think that means that this is going to be a 6. Uh-oh, we did it wrong. Oh, no, we still have another digit. Somehow. Okay, so this, I think, can be 1. Not 2, 3. Seems to be able to be 4. Not 5 after this fold. 6. Not 7. Seems to be able to be 8 and not 9. So I'm looking at the blue fold first. So pink fold-wise, this digit is going to end up here, where we'll see a 1 and an 8. And so we probably need the double fold to get rid of the last one, where it will end up here and then here. It sees this 5 after the blue fold. Uh-oh. Nell says I did something wrong. Oh, it doesn't see that 5 after the blue fold. Oops. Right, because after the blue fold, the black is still there. So yeah, so 4, 5, or 6. But it still saw the 9. So the blue fold is there. And then sees 4, 6. Okay, so it's a 5. Woo! Neat puzzle. I think I'd have preferred the grid be 60% as big. Because I liked the gimmick, but there was a lot of writing out what every cell could be, and I think the puzzle would have been more satisfying with a third as much of that part of it. But I really liked the logic, and I really liked the weirdo, like the yellow cells were my favorite part of the logic there that sort of fell out of this. Those are like the weirdest region sum lines of all time. Very nice idea there. Yeah, so apparently there are a bunch of folding related puzzles out in the wild somewhere now. Now I will say, I bet for Nell, I bet scanning the hex grid, having set as many hexurus as you have, I bet the scanning goes a lot faster for you than it does for me. Yeah, that definitely was very brain mushifying. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back with more puzzles to see everyone in just a moment. Hello, everyone. I just put it in chat. We have an ictus doubler puzzle. Next, doublar. Which I always think of from the mole, actually. From the one season. That was very amusing. Oh, I should turn on row column labels. Now that we can have row column labels back. Haha! Row column labels. Okay, so digits in circles are the sum of the attached digits. Good. However, 9 cells in the grid, 1 per row, column, and box, is a doubler. And each digit appears in exactly 1 doubler. So the doublers count as, surprisingly, double. So let's see. Can I possibly do... I mean, there's obviously a doubler somewhere in the box. But is the doubler up here or down here, or do I know? Their doublers are definitely odd, I agree, because the total here is even. I agree with that. I would really have made this arrow go the other way so it was more clear what was happening. I can sort of visualize it, but yeah, there are some whoopsies along missing these clues. But let's see. This one, we've got like triple this arrow plus double this arrow for the sum of this box. Yeah, all of these need an odd doubler. This one, this one, this one, and this one. No, I don't think box 2 does as long as this digit is odd. Then we get 3 times this odd plus double that even. I think is fine. This number can't be a 9, I'm willing to say. Are you sure about that, AFK? I don't think I'm sure of that. I think it's probably doubled, but I don't know that it has to be. But I think that could be our 5th odd. Yeah, it can't be huge. Like there need to be at least 3 numbers bigger than it. And so that means, because there's a doubler that could be anything, and then it needs still 3 real digits that are bigger than it. So it certainly can't be any larger than 6. I don't think we have all 5 odds, do we? I think we only have 4 odds. I think it's just from these boxes. I don't think we know anything about the others. Box 2 doesn't work because there's one arrow with 2 cells on it. So yeah, so there's not quite the same thing. It's funny, like these 3 cells we know either contain a 9 or a doubler, and these 3 cells contain a 9 or a doubler. These 3 cells contain a 9 or a doubler. But I don't know that that does anything. And of course, they could contain a doubled 9. Oh, you can't actually put a doubled 9. Sorry, you can't put the doubled 9 here. That's the point. The doubled 9 is not in any of these boxes. That's the joke. I get it now. The joke is that all of these have an odd double digit that's not 9. So, because if I put a doubled 9, where's it going to go? I can't put a doubled 9 on a 2-cell arrow. And so, right. So these all have an odd doubled digit, and the only other doubleable digit is 9. That's not even. So all the remaining ones, and so this one has an even doubled digit. So yeah, I'll pull out my little pen and go put an O in each of these for the doubler is odd. Here we know the doubler is even because it's not 9 either. Like I can't, there's no place I could put a double 9 in this box either. Where are you putting the double 9? It still would need a 2-cell arrow that summed to 9. Or sorry, summed to 18. So the doubler here is even. So I can't. So if I. Right. So this is really not a doubler now, right? Because if this was a doubler, then this box would sum to, I have to think about this, would be 3 times double this thing plus double that thing. That's what I think, Nell. I'm trying to make sure I articulate this carefully. Because the value of the box is always 45 plus the doubler, and the doubler is even. So the value of the box is odd because of this being even, and that's only going to work if this is odd because we get 3 times this plus 2 times this. Okay, so this is really odd. So it's really not a doubler, and it's 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. And I bet you could argue it's not 1 without too much difficulty. Probably also 3, actually. Probably also 5. 7's also going to be quite difficult because the sum of these cells is too big. So this just is a 9, is what we get. And we get to bring out Zach for the 9 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-da-ba-dop. Wah! Ba-da-ba-dop. Wee! Ba-da-ba-dop. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that is a 9. Very good. Okay, so the total of this box is 3 times 9, which is 27, plus 2 times the value of this cell. So this cell's value, therefore, funnily enough, is at least 18. or sorry, the value of this cell needs to be at least 9. And so this cell has to be doubled, right? I think that is the short version, because these cells all have a total value of 27. 45 minus 27, or indeed you could really even say 47 minus 27 if you want, tells you that this needs to have a value of at least 20, which makes that the doubler. Which then means that none of these are doublered. Which now means there is a 9 up here for sure. Because I can't put the 9 on an arrow that's undoubled. Yeah, the value is at least 10, right? So yeah, so this is 5, 6, 7, 8, and it's even. So it's not 5 or 7 because we have our even already. Let's see. This 9 here. Well, the 9's not there. So the 9 in this box is in like one of these 3 cells. Oh, sorry, not there either. The 9 is in one of these 2 cells. Oh, right, I can gray the rest of the column. It's probably not going to be super helpful given everything else that's going on, but there we go. I wonder how bothered this arrow, the setter was by this arrow, because this arrow drives me nuts. Let's see. Everything else is so clean and so pretty. 8 would make the box total too high. So if this was an 8, we would have 27 plus 16. Sorry, no, 27 plus 32 is what it would be. And 27 plus 32 is... Oh, yes, much, much, much easier. I can't make this arrow sum to 16. There are not digits to make it sum to 16. It would be 32. It would be double 8, which is 32. But anyway, the point is I just can't make this sum to double 8, so I don't have to do that math. So this is a doubled 6. Is the point here. This is either a doubler or a 9, because either this is an... Oh, yeah, I'm always counting to the sum of the cells in the box, which is 45 plus the doubler. So 27 plus 32 is 50. Let's see, 27 plus 32, 7 plus 2 is 59. And so you would need the doubler to be something wrong. Yeah, it's either 4, 8 or 5, 7. I could do the math, but I'm confident it works out. This is just a regular old 9 arrow. It's either 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 5. This is a regular... I guess it definitely has a 3 on it, because of the 6 being over there. Let's see. Yeah, so this is, of course, not 3, 6. It's not 4, 5 either, because 4, 5 would break this. It's not 3, 6 or 4, 5. So it's 1, 8 or 2, 7. Okay, and then it's probably totally fine regardless. So yeah, so now that there's no doublers here, the maximum we could get to for the value of the box is 987 times 2, which is 48. So that means the doubler is either 1 or 3. But if it were 1, these would be 6, 8, 9, which is a problem. So these have to be 7, 8, 9. That is very clever. That's very nice. And the doubled digit is a 3. We can even be more specific. I'll write a 3 over here as the doubler. So yeah, we've got a doubled 3 over down here. That does, by Sudoku, put a 3 over here somewhere, which is kind of interesting. I think it probably doesn't go there, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. Okay, so these aren't 7, 8. So these are 7, 8. Like that. We're almost at the 9 can't go here. Because if the 9 goes here, this has to be double something, and it still has to double to something more than 9. And the something more than 9 can't be set, or the something that's doubling can't be 6, 7, or 8. So the only way that 9 can go here is if this is a double 5. That is true. This is certainly from 3, 4, 5. So that certainly makes these be from 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so there's a 7, 8 down here. And this digit needs to be a 7 or an 8. Because if it's not, then these are a 7, 8, and I need to make this a 7.5. So this arrow is definitely a 7 or an 8, and it's not... Oh, it could be doubled. No, if it's doubled, it would have... No, it would have... If it's doubled, it's a double 7 with an 8 and a 6, which is possible, actually. Otherwise, it's an 8 with a 1 and a 7 if there's no doubler involved. In fact, there's never a doubler over here, right? If there's a doubler over here, then the sum is too big. Because if there's a doubler over here, the sum is minimum 9. So I can at least rule the doubler out of those cells for sure. 5, 3, double 1. So these are either 1, 7 or 6, 8. Okay, we know we've got... Let's see. Can this be double 1 with 6, 8, 9? Or can this be double 1 with 6, 8, 9? I'm not sure how I am meant to think about that yet. So I feel like I could break this if I asked myself if I can really put the 9 here, but I think it's a bit of a look ahead. But I think we can probably make it through if we're willing to stomach it. Because if this is a 9, now this has no choice but to be a doubled 5. Doubled 5 is the only thing it can possibly be. And so that would be a 1. But also in that universe, we've used the doubler. And so now what is this arrow? And the answer is it's nothing. So that's because if there's not a doubler on this arrow, it's 8, 1, 7. And we've been forced to use the 1. So I don't, or I doubt very much that was the intended Hujishigi, but we can do that. And we know the 9's not doubled because of previous work. Now, we know these need to sum to at least 23, so this now has to be doubled, because if it's not, we're not summing to at least 23. And so we can get rid of all of that. Yeah, it was the sort of thing where it's like, I don't want to do this, but it's clear if I'm willing to put in the work to do it, then it will work. This is a 4-5 now, I think, because it's not 3. Oh, sorry, it could be 3-6. Sorry, it's 4-5 or 3-6. It's not 1-8 or 2-7, of course. Oh, right. We said this is doubled 7, right? We knew this. This is doubled 7 with a 6-8. I should actually fill in the thing that I said before. As usual, Zeta cannot remember anything for more than 6 seconds. Okay, so one world is that these are 4-5. The other is that they are 6-3 in exactly that order, which gives me a 3-4-5 triple in the row, which makes this not a 3 or a 4 for whatever it is worth. What? Oh, I've already used the 6 in the box? Oh, right. So it just is a 4-5. Okay, so it's not that I was wrong, it's that one could say better things. Because, yeah, this can't be 3-6 either, right? We've ruled out all of those, so 4-5 is the only option. So that makes that a 3. Makes these a 1-2. The thing that I thought before is like, oh, surely it's not going to be that. It turns out, of course, it's that. Okay, so we've got that whole box sort of handled. Okay, and we've used our doubled 7. We've used our doubled 3. And so one of these is a doubled 1, and one of them is a doubled 5. So, all right, these are all gray. So the one with the doubled 1, the doubler definitely isn't on an arrow. The one with a doubled 3, I don't think the doubler can be on an arrow either, right? Wait, sorry. Yeah, the doubled 5, sorry, the doubled 5 has to go in one of the circles. Because you can't put a double 5 on an arrow. The doubled 1 can't go in a circle. So we're sort of at this mix where we know one of these has a doubled 5 somewhere in an arrow circle. With what and what maybe is the question. So in the box with the 5, the sum is 50. So we've got a doubled 5, which is 10, and then 2 digits that sum to 15. So either a 6-9 or a 7-8 are the options. Doesn't quite tell me anything. Right, this 3, there's a 3 in here because we know the doubled 3 is in here. So that's not a 3. We also know there's a 6 in here. Just by Sudoku. The 6 needs to go with a 1 or a 2 below it. The double 3 goes with a 1 or a 2 below it, right? So yeah, so we've got sort of 2 of these arrows are a 6 with a 1 or a 2 and a double 3 with a 1 or a 2, summing to 7 and 8. And then we've got the 4 and the 5 summing to 9. For whatever that is worth. I presume it will be very useful at a later date and time. I guess what I know is that these circles are definitely all from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because we did the math, and the in the box with a 1, the sum is 46. And so I need to make these digits sum to 23. So they have to be 689. And in the other box, 689 undoubled. In the other box, it's a doubled 5 and then two numbers that sum to 15. Okay, and we know that's not the 7 or the 9. It's true. We can say that there's a 1 and a 2 down here, so that's a 1, 2. Totally reasonable. Okay. Okay, so we've got an odd number, and again, it's either going to be 689. Oh, this is never the 5, because the 5 we know only goes in a circle if it's doubled. So yeah, this is either giving me a 689 triple in the column, or my doubled 5 is here. Oh yeah, wow, yeah, that's true. Yeah, this is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple. Right, this can't be 6, 8, 9 anymore. That's the point. Removing the 5 from here was key, because it actually tells me this isn't 6, 8, 9. So this is the box with the 5. And so granted that that's the box with the 5, yeah, that's the key. It tells me that the doubler's down here. Yeah, I made that remark and I didn't even think it was going to be useful, but then it turned out, hey, it's useful. But I did not see the use. Okay, so this is now just 6, 8, 9. If I write these in. And we know the 6, 8, 9 is not the thing that's doubled. I could write in the 1 over here just for sake of keeping track of what the double digit is. Anyway, let's fill in the 1, 2, 3, 4 quad. Oops. Or the color quad, if you prefer. Please no. Okay. Okay. So yeah, so one of these is 6. Okay. One of these is 9, I know. So there is a 9 over down there for whatever that is worth. I've done a very good job of putting off the math in here. This digit is a 9. Because we know it's a 5 and 2 digits that sum to 15. And that gives me a virtual 6, 8 pair in the row, which makes that a 9. Which means that this is a 5 and a 7 and an 8. Which makes that a 6 and that an 8. Which makes that a 6 and an 8. Very nice. This is a lovely puzzle. Okay, one of these is going to have a doubled 1 on it. Well, that's not the doubled 1, because if it was the doubled 1, that would be a 7. So this is just a perfectly reasonable, normal human 9 arrow, which is not 3, 6, or 1, 8. It's either 2, 7, or 4, 5. That one's not a 7, so that one's not a 2. That one can't be a doubled 1 either, because it would require that be a 6. So that's the doubled 1. Going with a 4 there, which makes that be a 2 and a 7 and a 3 and a 5, which we can pachinko over through this box and hope that everything works out fine. Very nice. Yeah, this is a slick puzzle. Okay, so now this is 2, 3, 4. So these are, for the record, 1, 2, and 5. And these are 3, 6, and 4. Like that. Let's see. There's a 5 and one of those. Right. I can erase these from being that. Because this is not the box with the 9 doubler. In fact, actually, what is the doubler down here? Let's figure it out. So this is 2, 3, 4. Sorry, not 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so these are 2, 3, and 7. So the only doubler available down here is a doubled 2. Because remember, we've used the 3 and the 7. So this is a doubled 2 down here. Oh, we can do math in box 2 to solve for this equation. It's not the hardest equation, I guess. Okay, so 9 is 1 plus what? I'm going to go with 8 and 7 as my who's a what's it. Okay. What's the double digit going to be in here? Because it's not 2 or 4. So it's going to be either 6, 8, or 9. Those are the only possible doubled digits in here. Oh, we've already used doubled 6. Sorry, 6 is used. So it's doubled 8 or doubled 9. Okay. Very nice. Okay, so one of these, by the way, is a 9 with a 1. So the 9 in this box, and in fact, the 9 with the 1 goes on that. So the 9 needs to go with the 1, so I can't put the 9 here. The 9 in this box is actually up here, with a 1 down here. And that does actually mean that one of these two is a 9. It doesn't mean that one of the two is a doubled 9 necessarily, but one of the two of them is a 9. So yeah, what doublers do we have left? We've got the 1, the 2, the 3. We still need a 4. I'm writing this across the top. We've got the 5, the 6, the 7. We still need an 8 and a 9. And these go around here. There's certainly no doubled 9 in this box. So the doubled 9 is in one of these two boxes. Could this even possibly have a doubled 8? And the answer is no, because you'd need to make it sum to 16, and you can't with the middle arrow, because the middle digit conveniently can't possibly be larger than 6. So that means the doubler in this box is a 4. So here we've got the doubled 4, and then we've got a doubled 8, 9 here, and a doubled 8, 9 here. Okay, this is not the doubled 4, and is just, in general, not doubled. The doubled 4 either goes in a circle with a 1 summing to 9, or sorry, it goes on an arrow with a 1 summing to 9, or goes in a circle. I don't, let's see, how much of a preference do I have between those? I can probably figure out the parity of this digit, can't I? If I'm willing to. No, I don't think I can, actually, because it's counted 4 times, so I think its parity is destroyed, unless I'm willing to do some sort of, like, mod 4 shenanigans or something. See, there's definitely a 2 down here, just by Sudoku. And there's definitely a 4 up here by Sudoku. And so the 4 doesn't go with a 1 to add. Well, it doesn't go with a 1 to add to 5 because there's an arrow that adds to 5. It's not going with a 6. So the 4 has to be going with a 3, is what Chad is arguing, to sum to 7. So that means that these are 1, 2, 3, and these are 4, 6, 9. And so the 6, 2 is the 8 arrow. Chat was piecing that together. Okay, so that means I can fill in this triple. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are 3, 5, 7. And these are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so this is, in fact, an 8. So this is the box not where the 8 is doubled, because this is a naked 8. So this is the box where the 9 is doubled. And this is the box where the 8 is doubled. And now we have placed, well, we have assigned all the doublers to their boxes. So now, actually, because we know the 8 is doubled, we actually know that all of these are not doublers. So the doubler is over here, so that's not doubled, and that is. So that makes that a 9 and that a 6. Yeah, I do agree this can't be 6 anymore, because the only way it was going to be 6 is if there were a doubler that doubled to something more than 6. We can probably do a little better if we want, but I'm not convinced we want to. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we've got an 8 and a 9 down here. Let's see. We can fill in this triple as well. What's the value of these 4 cells summed together? The value of these 4 cells summed together is oh, right. I can't do that math because I don't without writing in a like 4 times this cell thing. Never mind. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Does it do anything to remove 5 from this cell? But yeah, the point is what Emma is saying I like, which is that I have 2 cells with a value of 8, and I can't have them both in circles because it would repeat a digit. And so I need to have 1 on an arrow, and therefore this needs to be a 1, which I like a lot. Okay, so we can get rid of the 1s over there. Yeah, and so we've got a double 4 and an 8 in the circles. So we actually now know the sum of the digits in this box if we're willing to do the math. I don't know if I am. It makes me a little queasy to contemplate. This is a doubled 3. Oh, yeah, I don't think I know whether the doubled 3 goes with the 1 or not. The problem with that, David, is the geometry of the arrows. So I can't make 2 of the circles 8. Right. This is not 9 by math. I agree. By weird, funny math. which makes this not 5 and not the doubler. Because the doubler we know is a 1 plus a 9. I'm trying to decide if somehow the geometry of the 1-9 arrow screws up stuff between these two, but that might be beyond my pay grade to think about. So yeah, the circles now sum to 45 plus sorry, the God, this is so hard to figure out. So the box total is 49, but we've counted this 3 times. So in the arrows, so it's actually like 52 divided by 2 is 26. Yeah, so these sum to 26. I agree with 26. Yeah, you have to say it in the right order. Well, I know they definitely contain the 9 in the circles because the 9 can't go on an arrow. One of the 8s goes here. We don't know which one. So we've got a 9 and 8 and 2 digits that sum to 9. That can't be 4 5 because we're using the 4 as the doubler. Can't be 1 8 because we've already used the 1. And can't be 2 7 because you can't put a 2 in an arrow circle. So yeah, I agree. It's 3 6 9 and 4 or 8, whichever one works. So that means the rest of these digits include a 4 or 8, as well as include a 2. I don't know. That doesn't feel like that is worth tracking at the moment. Okay. Yeah, I just don't really want to write 5 digits in these cells. Yeah, I guess. Uh, I'm trying to see something that like would break that cell or something, but I don't think so at the moment. Okay. We might have to write in some more digits. I don't think so, Nicholas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So remind me, what are these arrows again? We've got a 7, 6 1 and an 8 6 2 and a 9 4 5. Right. Okay, so we've got a 9 4 5. So if this was a 3, that would be a 1 or a 2. I can't follow this. Right. This can't be 8 or 9. I agree, because if this were 8 or 9, then we would get a 7 8 9 quadru. Well, sorry, 8 maybe. It can't be 9, because if this was 9, that would be 8 or double 4, as the case may be. Wait, no, 9 double 4 would be fine, right? I think 9 double 4 would be fine, unfortunately. Double 4 and 8 work exactly the same mathematically, Nicholas, so you don't know which one is in the circle and which one is on the arrow. Right. If this was 8, that would be 7. Okay, I agree this is not 8, the digit. I looked for Matt Laffey's sextuple, but I don't see Matt Laffey's sextuple. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey, look at that. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 it is. So that means the rest is all 1, 2, 5. So this isn't a 3. And this is only 1, 2, 5, and it's certainly not a 1, so it's a 2 or a 5, so it's not a 7 either. It's not doubled. Weird. I am both impressed and horrified in equal measure. Okay, so that certainly restricts this, because this is no longer summing to 8, so it is now not 9 or 4. It's only 3 or 6. I was hoping that one of these would break immediately if I looked at the column, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Oh yeah, the 4 in this box we know goes with a 3 to add to 7, and since that's no longer a 3, this isn't a 4 anymore, so that's just a 6 or a 9. Let's see, one of these is 4, one of these is 3. 6 2 here breaks this combination, doesn't it? Yeah, that doesn't work. So the whole point here is that this was either going to be an arrow summing to 10 or an arrow summing to 8, and the arrow summing to 8 was going to be 6 2, but that breaks both possibilities down here. So this is the doubled arrow, with a 1 and a 9, making these all undoubled cells. Okay, we can get rid of the 4 and the 2. Okay, that has become a regular 2, a regular 5, a regular 1. The 5 was with a 4 to get 9. So now this is a 6 and a 4 and a 3 and a 2, and we could do the math. That's 8. That's 7. This has become just a 2, so that's just a 3. This is a 6, so it's not doubled. That's a 3, which is doubled. So that is now doubled, and it's a doubled 4. Okay, and doubled 4 needs a 7. 2 function, 3, 4, 8. Okay, so this digit is known. Oh, I know this is a double 3, by the way, with a 7 and 8. This digit is just known by the column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is what it is. So that's a 6, and that's a 9, and that's an 8. So we've got all of that. Yeah, so this is not 4 or 5 or 7. 6 or 9, 8 or 5. That's not a 2, so it's not doubled. That's not doubled, so it's not a 2. So this is doubled and is a 2, so this isn't doubled, and this is doubled, and therefore is an 8. So that's a 5, a 1, and an 8. 5, 1, 3. Okay, so this is 3 and 7. 1, 4, 2, 1, 3. This is 4 and 9 for the row. That's 6 and 4. 3 and 4. 7, 5 and 3. 7. These are 5 and 6 in that order. And one of these is a 2, and it's that one. And the other's a 9, and it goes there. Very lovely puzzle. The sextuple in column 1 I could have done without. I'd have had more sympathy for the sextuple, and granted, I have no idea if the sextuple was intended or not. But I'd have been okay with the sextuple if this box had not looked ugly as sin, and it was just, I want my puzzle to be clean looking, and it looks so perfect. Like, if you just ignore box 7, like, I would do everything in my power when showcasing this puzzle to, like, have, like, my icon or something over box 7, so that people did not see the shame that was there. But the rest of it was, the rest of the grid is gorgeous. And then sort of the when you have a grid that looks particularly clean, then you can get away with, like, an occasional, slightly gnarly, step. But alas, box 7 ruined that. But I'm going to guess there was a more humanable way to see that. That was probably something like just, there was probably a short look ahead, probably, of filling in one of the arrow values, like this one would have said, yeah, that breaks this thing, or something like that. I am human. Well, humans can do unhumanable things. That is that is one of our fancy traits, is that some humans can human things that are not humanable. It is like making a boulder that even you can't lift or something. Alrighty, but yeah, that was great. I really liked that. Yeah, I was laying in bed the other day thinking that it had been a while since I'd done a doubler puzzle, because I got a little burned out on them after doing 6,000 of them in a row, for whatever reason. But I realized it had been a while, and so I kind of wanted to do one. And I remembered I'd had this in the bucket since time immemorial, since March 16th, in fact. And so I was like, yeah, I'll do that one next stream. So anyway, I'm going to take a quick stretch and come back and do something quick. So see everyone in just a moment. Welcome back. Let's wrap up here with a blobs puzzle. Let me drop a link over there in the chat arena. There we go. So we have here some quadruples, which I always enjoy. The 7 has to appear in one of these cells, and likewise for each of these others. And we have our German whispers, where we need to alternate things that are different by at least 5. Speaking of 5s, I see that you must put a 5 in row 1 over here, because if you try and make a digit that's at least 5 go here, it doesn't work well. So there's a 5 over here. So there's a 5 in these cells. Wherever the 7 goes, there's a 1 and a 2. 6. The question is, where does 6 go in this row? Is, I think, a good question, because I can't put 6 over here because of that 1 quadruple. So the 6 in this row definitely goes over here. And therefore, looking into this box, I can't put 6 in the middle of a line, so the 6 in this box goes down here, which therefore makes the 6 in that box go there. Yeah, this is interesting application. In both of these rows, the 5 is either there or there. So therefore we get I think that feels like a genuine X-Wing. But anyway, therefore there's a 5 in each of these. So that's not a 5. And that's not a 5, which actually gives us a double 5 dance. The rare double 5 dance from Zach. We'll bring out Zach. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Whoa! Boop, boop, ba-doop. Wah! Boop, 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 boop. Hey! Ba-doop, boo-doop, ba-doop, boo, ba-doop, ba-da, ba-ba-da-ba. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Oh no, you ran away. Don't run away from me. I swear we feed you well enough. You don't have to run away. Okay, so we've got those. Those are green. Oh yeah, the 6 quads digit is definitely down there. The 4 quads digit is definitely down there. And in this box, actually, the 4 and the 6 are definitely down here. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's very nice. Okay, so yeah, so in this box, the 4 and the 6 and the 5 just all go in the middle. However, these cells can't be a 4. These cells can't be a 6, but also because of the ooples, those can't be a 4 or 6 either. And so the 4 is actually placed here, the 6 is placed here, the 5 is there. And we can enjoy our extravaganza of placing digits. Oh, the 4 in this box, by the way, is also down here. I didn't appreciate that before. Because of the same reason. People like 5 in column 3. Yes, 5 in column 3. Oh, interesting. That makes this 5 quad completely unnecessary. Odd. Probably just a general kindness. Anyway, that puts a 5 over here. Blobs is generally a kind setter. So that's a 5 as well, which is then going to bounce up here and make that a 4, a 6, and a 5. In that order. So there's a 6 over here somewhere. Let's see. The 5 quad, in fact, has 2 5s on it. Oh, it's so that it makes a, like, cube, maybe? Almost. It almost makes a cube with this extra quad. We either have a 4 here with a 9. Yeah, parallelepiped plus an extra one. really the ictues's arrow of this puzzle. Let's see. Get an 8 over here. And we certainly got a 3 and a 7 in here, but I don't know quite what to do with that. I know there's a 6 over here, but the 6 could even be here. Uh, 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 yeah, the 4 goes in one of these two cells. The 4 can't go in the middle, but the 6 can go anywhere, I think. Yeah, if this was a 6, it would certainly go 6, 1, 7, 2. The 1 can't go here is the point. If I put the 1 here, it breaks the 6 in the row. So the 1's definitely down here. That exists in this universe. So that's something. It's not a lot, but it's something. Is there some chance that that trick is repeated in some other capacity? I'm just like thinking about these of like what happens if that actually is a 6 versus if it's not. I mean, I could like randomly color this line. And say that I know like either this is a 6 or one of these two is a 4. But I don't see how that's helping right away. It is true, yeah. So I can't get both 4 and 6 on this line in any circumstance. So the other one always goes here and always goes there. That's AFK's point. Yeah, and the same thing goes in these rows. Where yeah we can't, because of the fact that the ends are the same parity, you just can't get anything else. So yeah, we actually get a 4, 5, 6 triple in these columns coming out of this, which is nice. I wonder if that's how we were supposed to use this triple. Maybe we did this in not the intended order, because we could have done that. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, well, that's not 4 or 5 or 6. So yeah, 4 and 6 in this box have a little bit of this. Right. One of these is now the as AFK says, the polar end of this thing, and that one's no longer able to be 4, 5, or 6. And so one of them is the 4, 6 of whatever color goes on the end. So this is always a 4, 6. That's a 1, 9. And then 1, 9 always goes next to 3, 7. Which goes next to 2, 8, which goes next to... Wait, am I correct about this? Maybe I'm not correct about this. Let's be careful about this same thing. Yeah, the same thing here. That's not the one, so that goes 4, 6, 1, 9. Yeah, the 3, 7 could maybe go over there. Oh, it's the 3, 7 of this color. But that could go with the 2, 8 there. And we know one of these, yeah, we know one of these is also a 4-6 in each instance. But I don't know quite what to do with that. I guess the point is this 4-6 goes in one of these two cells, goes in one of these two cells, so I know one of these actually is a 4-6. I just don't know which one. I'm actually going to color this just so that I can think about this. So yeah, so this yellow can't be 3-7. So this is 1-2 or 8-9. Right. Because this is the other 1-9. Right. Okay. So yeah. So there are my yellows. Purples. This is purple, of course. This is yellow. Yellow 1-9 sits in. That's it. That's the point. Yellow 1-9 fits in one of these two cells because I need to put yellow 1-9 in row 1, and it can't be 1 because of the quadruple. So yellow is high. Purple is low. And so that is a 9 and a 1. That is a 6 and a 4. That's a 4 and a 6. Okay. So there's a 1 in one of these. Okay, so this now can't be blue because it would make too many oranges in the box because we only get one more orange. So in fact, we can actually place the 1 like that. So these are 2 or 3. One of these is a 7. And that sure seems true to me. I'm again not sure we use this quadruple for anything, because we now know one of them's a 7, but I don't think we ever used it, but maybe we did. Right. This is sitting between 2 and 3, so this is 8 or 9 only. I agree about that. So, wait, how do I know this isn't? Oh, right. This can't be 8 because the 8 quad sees it. Because we know that's not the 8. So one of these 3 cells is 8, and no matter which one it is, it's not this one. So this is not 6, 9, or 8, but it's high, so it's only a 7. So that's a 7. That's an 8. This is a very toothy 2-star puzzle, I will say. That is an 8 or a 9. To be clear, nothing wrong with that. Let's see. So that's a 2 and a 3. I'm enjoying it a lot, but I would not have listed this at 2 stars. 1, 2. See, yeah. So these are 3, 8, and 9. Okay. So yeah, so one of these is 4, because we need to put a 4 in the box somewhere, and these are the only places it could go. So one of these is 9, so I at least know that's not 9, and likewise I know one of these is 6, And so one of these is 1. But I don't have anything to do with that right away. Oh, I do know that one of these two is 6, so one of those two is 1, but I don't know what to do with that. But it's interesting to note. One of these two is 4, but I don't know it can't be that one, because that seems like it could be 9. We do know these are opposite high-lowity. I could color these in yellow and purple again. Maybe that's actually worth doing. I'm going to. Because we know that one of them has a 4 at the end and one of them has a 6 at the end, and therefore they're opposite orientations. Okay, so these two digits, just by Sudoku, I guess, I know are 1, 2, 8, 9 only. I don't know if I really want to mark that, though. I'm contemplating where 7 goes in these lines, given that it has to go. 4 in row 8. Can't go there, there. Wow, what a spot. Yeah, this is definitely the 4. For row 8. I thought that was true, Carl, but then I convinced myself it wasn't. Is it really true? Am I sure they can't be 1, 9? I know there's A1 and A9 living in the outskirts of these, but they could just show up flip-flopped, right? Oh no, this is purple and it definitely sees the purple 1, 9, right? Okay, yes, you're right. And this is yellow and it definitely sees the yellow 1, 9 in the row. Right. Okay, and so therefore these are just a 2, 8 pair. So herein we have a 1, a 9, and the other thing, a 4. And that one's not a 4. So this is a 1, 9 in the middle. So that can't be the 6 anymore because of the 1, 9s. There we go. That's clearly the intended step. Because if this is the 6, there's no more a place to put that. So that is a 6 and a 1 and a high number. And now this is the 9, which lets me color that. That was gorgeous, gorgeous. And now both of these are low, actually. And now all of these are high, actually. Let's see. 7, 8, 9. Yeah, let's see. This is 1 or 3. Oh, no, this is just 3. Because the 1 and the 4 are gone, and it can't be 2. That's the 2. So this is also 8 or 9. Let's see. This is not 6, famously, apparently. 8 in box 8's just placed. That's a very good observation. So these are 6, 7. One of these two is a 3 now, just for the record. So that actually places a 3 over down here. Just by quad nonsense. Let's see, if that were 3, that would be an 8, 9, which seems plausible to me. Let's see. I can chase. Yeah, the low of these two digits is a 1, so therefore that needs to be a 3. So the low of these digits is a 4, so the low of these digits is a 3, because I've got to put the 3 somewhere. Is what we have learned. So that makes that an 8. Specifically. Which now makes that an 8. And now we get the whole high-lowity of this. Because of this quad specifically. Oh, right. I have to go double-click that mode. Yep, that 8 quad did great work. Okay, so this is probably going to be a 3 and a 9 and a, sorry, not that, a 6 and a 1. Let's see, and we've got a green and a green coming over there. And so that's going to be low. That'll be high. We can do that. 5, 4. Whatever these are, who knows? Well, that one's a 2. I'm prepared to say that much. That one's a 7. I'm also prepared to say that much. So that one's a 1. That seems to be a 7 and a 9 just by the row. That seems to be a 3 by the box. Let's see. This seems to be blue by the column. And be a 1 or a 2, funnily enough. Let's see. This seems to be a 7 by the box. Let's see. These are both high. One of these is a 7, and it's that one. So that's low, and is the other one 2. These are 8, 9, which makes that a 7, and that blue. And a 2, while we're bluing it. One of these is a 4. How many times a week do you think of the line, "I blew myself for you, Michael"? For me, it is at least 3. Let's see. 4, 8, 9 is what these are. These are 3 and 6. But that one's not the 6. So that one is the 6, and that's the 3. So that's a 1, therefore. 2 and 1. 9 and 3. 2 and 1. 4 and 1. This is now high, making that low. 4. This is now high. It is an 8. One of these is low, and it's a 2, so it's that one, which makes that one high. So there's the 2, so I'll hit 8. That'll be fun. There's the 8, the 9, the 8, the 9, the 8, the 9, the 8, and the 9. That was lovely, although I definitely would have called that 3 stars, but I really enjoyed that. That was great, as Blob's puzzles so often are. Blob's is definitely a good at hitting that easier end of the spectrum while still being incredibly interesting. Curious, is this still listed at 2 stars? It is still listed at 2 stars. I was just curious about the comments. But yeah, very nice puzzle. Great setting. I feel like even the stuff like you needed to be like moderately comfortable with like swordfish kind of logic to fill in like these 4, 5, 6 triples and that kind of thing. That just feels 3-starish to me. Like this was more there was a lot of global logic in this, which I didn't really expect out of of all things quadruples. But it was very neat and satisfying, and this 5 quad didn't do anything, but that's okay. We still respect you, 5 quad. You contributed to the aesthetic of the puzzle. Alrighty, though, I'm going to wrap up stream there for today. So huge thank you to everyone for hanging out. Welcome to the new folks. I saw some new folks posting in chat, so greatly appreciate that. And I'll be back soon with more zetamath Does Puzzles. Thank you for all of you who support the channel, by the way. If you would like to support the channel, you can always do that by clicking the join button on YouTube, or if you prefer Patreon, or if you prefer Ko-fi, just message us. We can make that all work for you. And last but not least, thank you to the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plunktime, Wario, Paulfly, and Neil SF. Thank you to Wario and Nell for the puzzles that we started with today, and I'll see you next time. Bye for now.